Hello, hello, welcome. Thanks, Yolan. You'll have to add that to the bot. I think I'm getting most of the way there to having all the standard features everybody wants in a bot, but yeah. Anyway, welcome back to work on the game engine. I meant to take some time this weekend to do some cleanup from the last stream. I hadn't quite gotten to that point though, because yeah, for reasons that would take too long to explain, I wound up getting stuck the entire weekend. I was preoccupied, but yeah. Let's take a look at where we're at, rebuilding and rerunning. So previously we got we made some excuse me, significant progress on the content manager. So just like before, we can navigate and we can open up files. Now we have virtual drives and a toggleable navigation panel. We also set up drag and drop so that you can drag and drop NIM GUI controls based on extension. So you can have a component that will only accept a certain kind of file, like this will accept TXT files but not scene files. And we got drag and drop working in Windows to the program, so we can drag and drop a file into the content browser and it'll import it. However, that wasn't quite working the way I wanted because the content area, the entire window accepts the drag and drop, and I kind of want to just limit it to this region. So we're gonna need to do a little bit of work on that to clean up. And then after that, we're gonna start working on a lot more of the internals, start making this work really nice. Things like being able to rename files from here, things like showing the ellipses, and things like being able to, just to use it like a content browser, right click and get context menu options and things. So where should we start? Yeah, I think we'll start with the content drag and drop. So we'll close all these open windows. I did rename this file. Previously we were doing just drag drop.h. I'm now doing os drag drop to indicate that this is not the same thing as dragging things between panels inside of the editor, but it is used for dragging to and from the operating system. For the moment, we're going to use this the drag query system for getting file information from Windows. We're going to need to change to a different API to do responsive design for dragging and dropping into the window. Things like being able to like highlight the thing that you're going to drop onto requires a responsive UI. But yeah, for now we're just going to do the drag and drop. If I open up to a folder in here, and let me open up this location on my computer. Down here, we are in the test game folder. We've got content and source and whatever. Content this is the folder that you see in here. We go into test. If I was to copy a file into one of these folders by dragging and dropping, it would look like this. We see the plus icon, plus cursor appear to indicate that this window is a drag drop target. However, any location that I mouse over will give me the same effect. What I want to do is I want to limit the drop target to this location. So if I go to create a whole new folder for this, test drops, and we'll go up to test drops inside of here. I go to let go. It appears. I want it to be limited to, let's say, this region instead of the entire window. So if I drag and drop here, oh, that's interesting. Oh, because it's the same name of the file. Then I won't want it to appear inside the list. Let's take a look at that code. So we are looking at content.cpp. This will give us the content view code. And and this is where we've got everything set up. So we've got the separator. So all the stuff above is showing the current path, the icon size drag slider, the toggleable navigation panel. And then inside of here, we want to select just the right column. So if nav visible, then we do this column. Otherwise, we do this column. Hey, Jola, welcome. Give me just a second and I can answer your question, but go ahead and post it. The push style of our image button. Yeah, so down here, this is where we would do the drag and drop. Where did I put the drag and drop code though? I'm not seeing it. There it is. Okay, actually I was just doing this for the entire panel, which is not correct. Let me Control X this. And I'm going to move that whole thing down here. How do I get more free time? That's... I don't know. If you have if you find an answer, let me know how you got more free time, because I never have enough. Oh, time travel. That's what I didn't do. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Are you finding yourself really short on time for a project or something like that? This folder is file. Yes. Right, so this is the section, content icons. So begin table, content icons. Everything before that is the outer border stuff. What are you working on, Jolo? What's your big time sink? Okay. Column count, button offset. All right. So we're about to do the table. Before we do that, I get all the dropped files. I need to compare against the min and max of the window. I guess I need to bring all these things down too. French test, math test, economy test, design, technique drawing, art presentation, English exam, design exam, German exam, French exam, math exam. That seems like a lot. French exam and a French test are the same thing, I think, though. So you can double up on those. Yeah, it's I certainly don't miss the time crunches that I had to get into when I was in school. I can say confidently as an adult, all that cramming was not worth it. It's good to learn the things that I learned, but getting up at 5 every morning to get to school on time, and yeah. Exams are graded separately. Oh, okay. That's fun. Yeah, I think I only was using these values for the sake of for the sake of this code. Let me do some comments. Cool. And then we'll do the icon area. I don't know. There's probably some UI terminology that I'm not privy to. That would actually give me proper names for these sections of the file browser, but I'm not going to look it up. I'm just going to call it icon area. I've not touched VSC in weeks, and it makes me sick. Yeah. Yeah, it's something you got to get used to, for sure. They've made these big old changes to the UI. It's pretty much the same stuff, but like they now in some recent update they changed the title bar to be a search bar, so you can just get the file panel or the file search just by clicking on the title bar. But it's still, for me, it's still easier just to do Control P. But yeah, then they got this live share stuff. I was playing around with live share with a friend, and I'm not a huge fan of it. The idea is that you're supposed to be able to do the equivalent of a screen share, but you can open and edit your own files. But it was a little bit finicky to set up, and I'd rather just work independently. Okay, so this seems to be fine. Trying to remember. Okay. So in order for us to know whether we're in the correct area, we do need to get the content region. And I think it was I think somebody had pointed out, I think it was What's Up, last stream pointed out found Google search that found the quote-unquote correct way to get the region relative to the screen. And that's basically just to take the window position and add the content region. So let's start there. So min is going to be the get window position, and then we will add to that min.x plus equals imgui get content region get window content region min. There we go. .x. I'm planning a small project with a friend. Any suggestions on how to get both of us to be able to open the same files? Apart from Git. Well, version control is the obvious answer. It's that you use Git or something else to work on the same file independently, and then you can, provided that you're not stepping on each other's toes literally in the same sections of the file, then you could totally just merge your changes later. However, you can totally do, there's a number of solutions, web-based solutions, where you can work on the same document at the same time. Live sharing is now available in VS Code, and it allows you to do that. It's a little bit finicky. So if you're working on build system stuff, for example, only one of you can work with the build system. But yeah, you could totally do the Google Docs style editing with live share. I don't know too much about any other IDEs. There might be other solutions in other IDEs for live sharing, but to be honest, that's the Google Docs thing, where you're both working on the file literally at the same time. I feel like that's I don't think it's ready yet. I think it's better just to have everybody have their own copy and then merge, because that's the strength of version control, is that you have your own copy until you're done with it, and then you can just merge your changes into the final copy. And if everybody, is working on something that's literally separate, then you're not stepping on each other's toes, so it works out really well. But that's a matter of opinion. Okay, so here we go. So we get the window position, and then we have to add the min to it. And because IMGUI's IMVec2 type doesn't have operator overloading, I have to split it up into X and Y and do the math this way, which is a little annoying, but whatever. So this will get us the top left corner of the top left corner of the region that the mouse is moving over in screen space, and then the max should just be imgui get window content region max, and we take that maximum value, and I think we'll also have to add the window position to it. The plan is a Discord bot in Python for our small private server. You're making a Discord bot? Is that what you're looking at? Or are you talking about a bot that allows you to share your Python code and work on it simultaneously? Making one? That's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, Discord bots are really helpful. I have a friend who's really into automating things on Discord. He's not a Python guy though. Okay, so I think this is probably enough. Actually, this should be... Hang on, this should be min. Hang on, start with min, and then we add the content size. There you go, get content region avail. Yeah, okay, this is better. Just something basic for him to get into Python because he wants to learn it, and Discord bots is what I started with. Nice. That should be really cool. I'd be interested in seeing that when it's done. Okay, I think this is good. I think this is what we need. The content region min is going to be relative to the window, and we can start with the window position, add the region min, and then the max is just going to be the min plus the available size. And now down here, when we say OS drag dropped files, so we're going through all of the files that are pending a drop from Windows or from Mac OS, we just check to see whether the mouse cursor is within those bounds. And if it is, then we do the copy file. The copy file may fail, but we do a trace, so we should be able to see every time I drop within the bounds. So let me do that. Let me just go ahead and stop debugging, recompile, and confirm that we're dragging and dropping correctly into the right region. Been trying to learn Python GUIs, but I don't understand them. What GUIs have you been using for Python? What libraries have you been using? There we go. All right, and I just open up a scene because I want to see something in the upper right corner. But yeah, we got test drops. I'm going to try dragging and dropping into regions surrounding this area and so on. And we're going to confirm that it actually does react only to this one spot. It's going to be a little hard to trace. So I'll put the console on the left here so we can see it nice and clear, and then drag and drop some things. Oh, this is not the debug console. Okay. That's weird. Okay, now it's not accepting my drag and drops. It's not great. Why wouldn't it be? Those. Okay, so I broke something. I'm gonna drag and drop over random parts of the window. Okay. So something's wrong with my logic here. Let me set a breakpoint inside of this guy. So this will only contain OS drag drop files will only contain paths if I am in the middle of dropping the file. We're inside the test drops folder. I'll drop a file, let go, and we're now inspecting the code where we do the bounds check. So for starters, the min is 1741. Oh, whoopsie. I see the problem. This was supposed to be max.x and max.y. Alright. So far I've tried tkinter and pi simple GUI. Okay. The GUIs are like... GUI libraries are... They all have their own little quirks. There's not a one-size-fits-all for them. Intermediate mode GUIs tend to follow similar forms because they're like the whole thing is that you're doing the graphical part and the interaction part at the same time. But apart from that, you kind of just gotta like look at code examples and see how everyone else is doing a thing. Yeah, let me clear the breakpoint. I should be able to drag and drop correctly now, so let me try that. No, still not working. So let's set the breakpoint again. Drag and drop. All right. So the min is 146 by 636. The max is 1162 by 871. The mouse position is 562. So the X is within the correct bounds. The Y, however... No, the Y is in bounds as well. That's interesting. Let's step over that. Huh. That is strange. Let me try dragging and dropping again. .860 is greater than 186, so that should pass. It's also less than 1162, so that should pass. Mouse.y 536. Oh, mouse.y is too small. So what's up with the y coordinate? So get window content region min should be the upper left corner of the content area. Oh, that's the problem. I think I've got a beat on the problem. Do we still have the link from the last stream? Doesn't look like it. I think the problem is that this is getting me heading back to here, that this is getting me the upper left corner of the content area, and this is giving me only the dimensions of the remaining available space. I need to get the cursor. Oh, I need to get the cursor position. That's what I need. Okay, I think I'm getting this. Okay, get cursor position. So this is not talking about the mouse cursor. This is talking about the window composition cursor. So this is the point in the window that we are going to be adding new widgets. So I go from there, which is relative to the window position. I go from there to the content region available. I think that's correct. Let me test that out. All right. We're in the test drops. Let's turn off the breakpoint. And then let's drag and drop a file. Okay, still got a problem. And the problem seems to be everywhere. Man. Let's turn that breakpoint back on. The mouse X position seems to be in the right spot. However, the mouse Y position seems to be too short. I must have forgot something fundamental. I'm quickly undoing the changes I made, and I'm taking a look at how I did it before. The min was the window position, the max was the window size. And I don't think I changed anything else. Let's turn off the breakpoint, and I'm going to use the IMGUI inspector in here. Tools. Or maybe it's down in here. There's a spot where I can see the mouse X and Y. BTW, what do you do as a job, if you don't mind, of course? I am jobless. My primary specialty is interactive audio, but I'm not currently doing anything, which is why I'm able to spend so much time on Twitch. But my goal right now is to build up portfolio pieces, including this engine, and then be able to get some either programming or audio job from there. But yeah, my training is in game audio. Or audio engineering. I got a Bachelor of Science from Columbia College in Chicago. Okay, so there's the mouse delta. Mouse state. Okay, here we go. So this gives me a little bit more information to work from. If you are jobless, I'm hopeless. That's no, you've got it. It's more about making connections than it is anything else. When I was at college, I didn't really have the opportunity for internships. I got to college pretty late because I had to finance my own way. And while I was there, I was working a job, and so I didn't have time to do internships. And that wound up being a thing that really bit me in the butt. But yeah, it's not about talent. It's about getting connections that'll get you the job. So you'll be fine. I'm sure you will be. I will be too. I just need to get some pieces together and get some heads turned. Okay, so the coordinates here for mouse position in IMGUI space is screen position. Okay, 0, 0 would be on the upper very upper left corner, and then in the, yeah. So this is in screen space. The coordinates I get back from Windows should be in screen space. So I don't see a conflict there. Hey, where would you go to find a 2D sprite designer and a guy to make audio? Do you have a website, any website suggestion? Well, I myself do audio. I am in the middle of overhauling my portfolio, but if you were to go to here, you can get a look at some of the capabilities I've got. So you can talk to a sound designer. If you're looking for cheap paid work, there's a whole community on Reddit I'm aware of. Reddit.com/r/ I forget the name of the subreddit. For getting sprite, custom sprite work done. It's like games for, or game jobs, or games for hire, or something like that. Classifieds. I'm trying to remember. I guess I don't use it that often. Game Dev Classifieds, that's what it's called. This is a nice one. If you're looking for somebody, like the folks here, they'll expect to be, to be compensated. But people who are looking for work, they'll post their resume information, and you can hit them up. I'll paste that inside of the chat. And there's lots of really talented artists. Like, look at this. Like, that's amazing. And somebody who's looking for work did that. And you can give them work. And there's surely people who that will be able to help for, for portfolio pieces. But even if you're not able to pay a lot of money, or pay in money, you should always do a trade or a barter or something. And these folks tend to be pretty good. Oh yeah, and also go on Instagram. Instagram's got a whole community of folks that are game developers or artists or whatever. There's a thing that's called Screenshot Saturdays, and there's indie devs that will take screenshots of their game and they'll post them for people to see, and there's lots of people. Okay, so there's got to be something wrong with. I'm not sure what I'm overlooking here. Window position plus the sound effects on your website are insane. Oh, thank you. It's actually been a very long time now since I've posted anything to my website. There's a project that I want to get in my portfolio that's on the back burner right now because not everybody on the team is actively working on it. And the guy in charge of the project is going to school at the same time as working on it. But eventually we're going to be getting a mod for Black Ops 3 done where it's paintball guns. And that's going to be fun. But yeah, there's lots of talented sound design folks out there. In window space, not screen space. Okay, so get window position should be getting me the coordinates of the window. I'm going to do some logging for this. So this is right before the content area. I'm going to add some widgets to the content view above the divider, just so that I can get a feel for where all the cursor positions and window positions are supposed to come out to. Where's my divider? Am I looking right at it? Here it is, separator. So right above the separator, I'm going to do IamGUI text, and we'll say content min. So that would be IamGUI get window content region min. That's the one. And then we have to do printf style on these, and so these will be IamVec2s. I think are 2 floats, so I'll do like this. .x .y and then we'll do max so I got the min max, and then I need the avail, okay, content region avail, and then the mouse x and mouse y. Get mouse pause, like so. All right. Okay, now we've got all this additional data to look at. So on this window, okay, content region min is 829, so that's very wrong. Does resizing the tab do anything? So I think it's 829 from the upper left corner there. I wonder why 29 pixels. That seems a little. That seems too far in on the. Oh no, that's the X and Y. So Y is 29 pixels down and 8 pixels in. That makes sense. So that would be like down here somewhere. Get window content region max. Okay. That would be the size of this window then. Pretty much. I was looking at some dev statistic recently, and I got a nice graphic showing that after 200 to 300 functionality in a program, the complexity starts to skyrocket and make it complex to the point that no one wants to be a dev in that project anymore. 2 to 300 people after 203 or 2 to 300 what? Like lines of code or something else? Okay. Okay, I've got some ideas about how this might be getting screwed up. I'm going to need to gather a little bit more data. Now the text was talking about functionality such as adding, removing, updating, converting every time you extend the capability of your project. Yeah, I'll be probably interested to take a look at that. Yeah, maintainability in your code is huge. That's why I spend so much time agonizing over making everything look pretty before I get it onto GitHub. Is because I want to be able to just jump in to a thing and make a change without having to think super hard about what I'm impacting. Oh, I was trying to get IntelliSense to work on the string, not the actual. I wanted to get the window position. I wanted to get content region. Oh, I forgot what I was going to ask. So, get window position. Oh, cursor. That's what it's going to look. Get cursor buzz. Like so. Alright, let's try this out. I'm moving these text widgets down into the area where we were doing the icons, so those will get squished down a little bit. Here we go. Get window content region min is 0, 0. That's interesting. Max is 1264 by 320 or 350, 360, whatever. I'm going to screenshot this, paste it into paint.net, and we'll just do some pixel counting with the select tool. So this whole region here, oops, down here, that should be 370 pixels tall. And that's interesting because down here we see window content region max is 365 tall. It's a little wide though. So let me grab a section that's 365 tall. So this is 365 tall. And then 1264 on the X. Okay, that's interesting. And let's move the selection up a little bit. So this seems to be covering this whole bottom half. I'm actually having that exact problem myself. I wrote the code a few weeks ago. I still know how it works, but I don't know how to edit it without breaking it. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky for sure. Okay, so the get content region min and max. That's interesting. It's giving me a region that's this size, which happens to be the region, the size of the region below the separator line. It's... Oh, I know what this is. This is giving me the region of the sub window, the child window. Because in here, I do have a call begin child. Okay. Some of this is starting to make sense now. So get content, window content region min and max. That gets me the dimensions of the child window down here. then the window position 153,609. That's actually pretty much spot on to the upper left corner of this child window. So it's not even considering the main bounding region, it's just considering this region I've got selected here. I put in the token, the server count, and the server prefixes into the same CFG file, which was a huge mistake. Oh yeah? Why was that a mistake? I think I figured out my solution. I think I'm going to make this right section inside the table, give it a child window. And then from there, I can get window position and then content region max. And then that'll give me the min and max of that section. Yeah. Because the file gets unreadable after a while. Oh, is it a lot of data? I'm not really familiar with the thing you're working on. Hey, what is your take on threading tasking for your project? Any idea how to maximize speed for my engine? Well, for this particular project, I'm not thinking too hard about it right now. It's not a very important concern because this is still running super fast. There's very little going on besides my very simple game project inside of pretty straightforward editor. At some point I will need to worry about optimization. So my idea is that once I've got features in to the point where I can start making like a robust game project, I would then put it through some stress tests and figure out what things are running slow and what things I can what things deserve my attention to speed up, and that's when I will actually start thinking about threading. There's a few things that I thread already, that I multi-thread already. Like when you go to do a game project that has text in it, I'll do a little job system where when I'm constructing the font atlas, it does 8 threads or 16 threads, depending on how many cores your system has, to make that go a little bit faster. But that's only because the library that I was using made it really easy for me to do that anyway, so I figured, why not? But I tend to only do, when I do multi-threading, I do it for a couple of purposes. The first is that if there's a bunch of data that's easy to parallelize, like a bunch of work on a block of data that's really easy to parallelize, then I'll do a job system. I'll break it down into threads. And if there's things that can be run concurrently that aren't, then I'll introduce a thread. So one area that I expect that I will be doing some threading in eventually is I'll probably have a rendering thread at some point where we'll break off the rendering code from the execution of the game code. And the idea behind that is just that we can push commands into that thread, whether it's OpenGL or DirectX or whatever, and then it will we'll be able to continue to construct those draw commands while the background thread is pumping those into the graphics card. But yeah, other than that, I tend to do single thread, break off to do tasks that are easily parallelizable, and then join, and then come back onto the same thing. It's not unreadable yet, but for every server that is in the file, we'll add. Oh, every server that's in the file will add a new line, and I need that file for the token and server count. Yeah, it's sounds like you'll have to worry about formatting to make it approachable. And don't forget that if you make it friendly to Control F, that can be very helpful. So configuration files where you can easily uniquely find something by searching a unique string. That's a helpful tool to be able to work through big configuration files. I have a small project, and I made a small stress test with 500 animated entities. It starts lagging when monothreaded. So I was thinking I might be able to get more juice by threading it. Bought a book on threading to make sure I'm making the thing properly. 500 animated entities, to be honest, is not very much for modern projects. So threading, I'm wondering if threading is the logical place to start. Are you doing anything like ECS or data-oriented animation stepping? Or are you doing like object-oriented, where you have all the objects, they all have a dot update, and then you're calling a dot update on all of them? What I'm doing here is I'm just I'm making this region a child window. So it's technically a window, but it'll look the same, but the difference is that I'll be able to use its dimensions for mouse picking. Yeah, ECS, but ain't splitting enough data, I believe. I'm doing it on C#, not C++, because I'm a lazy-ass programmer. Using C# doesn't make you lazy, it's just a different tool. Yeah, so ECS is still totally possible in C#. You just have to be thinking in terms of ECS. So you have to do something like like an object pool for your data block. The biggest perk of ECS is that you are keeping your data in a cache-friendly format. That's like the big performance perk. Is it has nothing to do with how fast your algorithm is. It has to do with just keeping the variables close to each other, or the data for all of the entities that you're working on. Keep them close to each other in RAM, and then when you go to update each next one, that data is still present. And ECS works so well because it's you're segmenting the data based on the operation you're performing on it instead of by entity. So you have a pool of just transforms, for example, and then that minimizes the amount of space that they take that each entity's transform takes up, and then you can fit more in a cache line. And yeah, but if you were doing ECS stepping the animation for 500 entities, unless there's like something really complicated with the animations, like really complex skeletals or something, then I wonder why you were dealing with performance issues. I wouldn't expect that animating 500 entities on the CPU, even single-threaded, would take so much. I did the same type of project in Java without ECS, and the cap score was 100 entities, so yeah, not the best choice of architecture. Yeah, these are kind of just rules of thumb. I mean, ultimately, you're gonna have to do your own performance tests, but yeah, I would if you're dealing with issues with lagging, like really like seriously lagging performance when you're updating 500 animations single-threaded on your CPU, I think that there might be some other thing to look at before you look at multi-threading, because like if I was to throw like 500 animated sprites in here, not that I have the infrastructure to whip that up for you right yet, but if I was just to throw in 500 spinning sprites or whatever, then like I don't think that this would even blink. And it's not because I've got multi-threading or crazy engine architecture magic. It's just because it's arranged in such a way that it's easy to update the entire animation block at the same time. Hey, what's up? Welcome. And you're welcome, Yolan. Now let me know. Let me know what you find out. But yeah. So what's up? We're kind of just picking up on where we left off last time. I've noticed that I started to do the implementation that we were talking about before, where we have the drag drop region be this region down here. We get the window position and then we offset it by the cursor position or whatever. But I found that the numbers that I was using were getting thrown off because of the fact that I've got a child window in here. So I just printed all the numbers on the screen that I need, and I've realized that the get window position is actually pointing towards this corner where I've got my mouse instead of this corner, and the cursor position is relative to that. So I'm just going to do a child window in here and use those coordinates. I am GUI get content region avail, and then I'll leave the border false and leave all the other things as they were. Okay. And then inside of the child, we will do the rest of this stuff. Juice it with intrinsics. Yeah. Oh, Yolan, if you're like studying on like techniques for making things high performance, another thing you should look at is SIMD. If you're not familiar with SIMD, that's a single instruction, multiple data. It's a process by which you load up a single register with like 4 values, and then you can perform a operation on all 4 values within one instruction. It's really nice. It's a nice way to speed things up. SIMD. It's an abbreviation. This guy. And it's pretty much always done with compiler intrinsics. Here. But yeah, it's a technique by which you can speed up a lot of things that are useful in this. Like for example, if you were doing mathematics on a vector 4, you got 4 floats or whatever. You can oftentimes pack those into a single register and then do SIMD on it. Which is actually one of the main reasons why I'm using GLM as my math library, is because it comes set up to do SIMD, and I don't have to deal with that myself. Even though I've got folks who are telling me that it's really easy to do, it's just a thing that I've never bothered learning. But that's another way you can get a performance boost out of your 3D math or 2D math. Yeah, so we begin child, and then down here. Yeah, this is just dragging and dropping stuff, and then down here we do the icon area. Okay. All right, and then down here we would do GUI and child. And I should probably, just for organizational purposes, I'll do braces around the section. I'll scope it, even though I don't actually need to scope it. It'll just make it a little bit easier to track that this stuff. Oops, that this stuff is inside of this block is inside of the close for me. What? I try to click on the little arrow on the side, and then it instead brings me to the source control little squiggles on the side. There we go. Here. Just to make it a little bit easier to scope and see what's inside of the icon area. Okay, so now that is inside of a child window, I'll comment out the text info that we were getting before. The min is now simply window position, and then the max is simply content region max, or content, yeah, window content. Get content region max is what that was. Wait, is that right? get window content region max. That's what that is. But I actually don't need to offset it by anything. I can just do direct assignment. Okay. And then we have min and max, and we'll compare those to the mouse X and mouse Y that we get back from the drag and drop API. And hopefully that'll be it. F5 to run. All right. So nothing's been screwed up. It doesn't look like from making this a little bit. Oh, something is screwed up. Hang on. Okay, I think I understand something that I had been overlooking. I made the outer region, this whole thing, a child before I had the navigation panel. So now I've got two scroll bars. Okay, so actually what I need to do is I need to start the child after the navigational panel. Oof, all right, this is coming together, but I'm getting turned around quite a lot. All right, so navigation region, that does not need to be a child anymore. So go down to this guy. Alt-Shift-F to do the Clang format. Okay. And I think that's all we need. F7 and rebuild and retry. Okay. Content. Okay. Well, this is not what I was expecting. Now I've got the scroll bar on the entire window bounds, and I wasn't expecting that. Why do I have that? Okay, so in my original call, I was using get content region available, so that's probably, yeah. Maybe it was off by a few pixels. I think that's the case. I think it's because I use window content region instead of content region. Retrieves the available space from a given point, whereas get window content region max, I have to go hunting for its description. Come on. That would be here. Retrieve available space from a given point. Oh yeah. Content boundaries max for the full window, where size can be. Okay, so I think the difference is that this includes buffer space, so those are probably the extra pixels that are giving me that scroll bar. So we'll change this to be get content region max. Or what did I do? What did I do above? Get content region avail is what I need. Okay, and then I can. Wait, what? I'm getting myself turned around again. Yeah, so this, the max is fine. I need to change. Oh no, I am using get content region avail. Hang on. This is surprisingly difficult for me to follow. Okay, so the original child for the entire bottom region, which has now got a scroll bar on it, I made a child window. I made it the size of get content region avail, and that worked out fine. The table size was made to be get content region avail as well. So if I get rid of the child wrapping the table, table suddenly becomes too tall. Get content region avail becomes too much. That's strange. You would think that if I just got rid of the child here, you would think that the content region avail would still be the same space. Maybe this is not counting the borders. Because this is a resizable table. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna re-add the child. For the navigation region. Because that seemed to be working okay. The problem arises from the fact that I want there to be separate scroll bars on the left and the right sides. And the way for that to happen generally should be that you make a child for the left and the right sides. Right now I've got this entire region as a child, which worked fine before I added the navigation. But when I added the navigation, yeah, so I guess we're gonna do a little experiment with multiple children. We'll do this whole bottom region as a child, and then we'll do subchildren of the left and the right side. That's as good as I think I've got. This is real finicky. So we got the nav bar, which is the left side. We will do an IMGUI begin child on it. We'll call it nav bar, and we will make it but I guess this is where the trouble starts, because how big do you make it? I guess we would move this inside of the table. And we do table next column, and then after table next column we do the child. Oops. And then we would make it IMGUI get content region avail. And presumably that'll give me the amount of space left inside of this column of the table. And then we don't need to do anything else on it. We just do the one. we just do the content region avail and we leave it for default parameters for the rest. And then after all this, we do plan GUI and child. Okay. And then we begin a child for the icon area. Let's try this out. And we still got a, even though we've still got it wrapped, even though we still got the table wrapped with a begin child, it's still too tall. I don't understand. Was there always a scroll bar and I was just ignoring it? I didn't think that there was, but just going to quickly undo everything. Hit F7. Oh, what happened? Oh, this got undone. Yeah, so there's not a scroll bar now. And when a scroll bar gets introduced, it's in the child region as we wanted it to be. You think you've got your problem sorted out? That's good. What do you think it was? Don't know if table is the right container for this, because the columns have to be the same height. Yeah, but that's the idea though, right? Because I want the divider to be the full height of the content window. A lack of organization. Yeah, that would do it. All right, so I've undone all my changes except for moving the drag and drop code to be right above this section. You scroll down on the icon area, you also scroll down the trade navigation. That's what I'm trying to fix. So I'm trying to make this right region a child so that it's like the inside of the table. This cell is actually a window that has its own scroll bar. That's what I'm trying to fix right now. Basically, I had a child wrapping this whole section, and then I added this, inadvertently inserting it into that child window, which is why all my min and max numbers have been off. So what we're going to do instead... stop it. Hopefully this won't... I'm still not clear where the table gets to be too tall, but it seemed to be when I cut out the begin child for the navigation region. I just don't see why that would make the table to be too tall. Okay, no, it didn't. Okay. Okay, so I must have made a change somewhere that screwed things up. I don't know where, but now we're seeing that the whole window is scrolling as you would expect. And then when the icons are too small, it's not got a scroll bar anymore, so the table's short enough to fit in the range. So I guess that's it then. I just need to make a child within the right cell of the table. So table, nav bar. So if nav is visible, we do the nav bar. Oh, this is so annoying. I keep clicking the blue instead of clicking the little arrow, and it keeps taking me away. Okay, that's good. And then this is the next column. Okay. Cool. So this is where we do the second column. If navigation is disabled, then it's the first column. But this is where we would do IMGUI begin child. I'll just call it icon area for the moment, and we're making it the size of the content region yet to be used. Good. And then we do an end child here. Let me scope it. Your first Dr. Pepper? How was that? For me, it took a long time to appreciate Dr. Pepper. It wasn't my favorite when I was a kid. Surprisingly good, yeah. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, Dr. Pepper. I used to, as a child, be much more into soda and stuff like that, and nowadays I'm very basic. I'm water, I'm coffee, and I'm juice. I do tea periodically, depending on how dry my throat is, but. It took me a while to figure out where the end child was supposed to go. But, yeah, this seems to be what I need. Was it hard to get a hold of Dr. Pepper? Look, it's doing it again. So the insides are working fine, but ever since I added a child to the right side of this table, the inner table has gotten to be too tall for this region. Let's look for examples. So the height of the bounding table seems to be just a little too tall after I insert a child window into one of the cells. I could try and do some math and like subtract like the padding from what the table provides to make sure that the size of the region inside the right cell is short enough so that it doesn't cause this tiny little bit of height difference. But I wonder if there's an alternative. Like you mentioned, what's up? I wonder if there's an alternative to tables that still lets me get this draggable border in between. GUI documentation is just horrendous. Yeah, in some sense I agree, but something that I really do love about it is that for the most part you can just like look for the thing that you want to do inside of the demo and then find the source code that does it. And for me that's so fast to learn how to do something. But when you run into something that nobody has done, like getting details for the functions that you need to figure things out can be really tough, and you have to basically ask a question on the GitHub issues page, or find somebody who did that. I was doing some moving my windows around. I noticed a case where I was grabbing a window and the mouse wasn't inside of the graphical area of the window. Okay, that's not relevant. How about child window inside table? Yeah, but it's not very search engine friendly. That's true. Sometimes I spend a while searching for how to do a thing. Okay, this is apparently a bug that got fixed. But what are they doing? I have a table inside a child block. I would like to have it. Column layout, saved to the INI file. Okay, that's not applicable to me. Setting flags on child within table. What do we got? I'm using the new tables API, creating a table within a child view. How about this? How about DRIM GUI get row height? Okay, that's interesting. If you pass in 0 for a width and a height, this is something I just didn't get from looking at the API. If you use a 0 on the width or the height, it will use the available content width or height. Which it sounds like that doesn't actually solve my problem, because the if I look at the begin child, if I take that away, presumably it'll do exactly the same thing, because it's just using the available height. Man, I'm starting to get annoyed. This is not what I wanted to spend my time doing. There's got to be a example showing multiple child windows side by side. I guess table is how they do it in IMGUI, which is not how people do it in HTML. Yeah, HTML tables are very much intended just to be places to put data, basically. You can do cool formatting things with tables in HTML, but for the most part you would use div tags instead. How is property editor done? Let me look at that. Okay, so we've got set window size, begin, example property editor, end. Oh, if begin is false, we call end. Okay. Push style var begin table, placeholder object. Yes, this is only a table, but no child windows. Maybe that's something I could search for. Inside of the IMGUI demo, I'll just search for begin child. Okay, there's 22 of these, but maybe one of these will give me a example. What is this? Begin tab item canvas. Typically you would use a begin child and child pair to benefit from a clipping region, plus own scrolling. I don't think that's what I wanted. Widgets / querying window status. What's that? Okay, not important. Okay, here's something. Child L, child R. Suggests the left and right. Layout / child windows. Okay, here's something. 10 years later. Child windows. So we have a section here with the left and right side. However, it's not resizable. So that's not exactly what I wanted. I think that this section that I found on the internet covers exactly what I'm trying to deal with. This guy was trying to do a header-footer situation where the content size was dynamic, but they got a header and footer at the top and the bottom, and that they are children, so they have their own scroll regions technically. And so literally what they're doing is they're taking the size and subtracting 200 from it. So there's something here that is a little interesting. There's a negative value being provided to be the size in begin child. Even if it's not documented in the code, I'm going to find what the negative values would do. I'm getting the impression that in order for me to get rid of that extra little bit of scroll bit height, I would have to remove this size, item spacing.y, because this is Oscar, the guy who made IMGUI, putting that in code in a situation like this. So I guess this is actually, it probably means that I'm using it correctly. It's just that there's a little bit of extra spacing that I have to worry about because it's because it's a child. I don't know. This seems a little finicky for me, but let's see what the negative sign does in these situations. So we'll go to any begin child. I'll control click on it to start going down the rabbit hole. Begin child EX, the extended API. The size argument, if it takes a negative sign somewhere, we need to figure out what we do with it. So the first thing we do with it is we call IAmFloor, which ordinarily would just mean that you just give it a minimum, but if it's negative, then what? Float. IAmFloor, yeah. So there's an IAmFloor variant that takes vec2s. It's this one. It's inline. It returns IAmVec2 cast to an int, cast to a float. Oh, okay. So it's just removing the decimal part. It's doing a conversion to an integer and then back to a float. That's all it does. Okay, so it'll still be negative, but it'll be rounded to the nearest pixel. And where do we use it next? That's a little strange. I don't see the size argument being used again in this function. Oh, because it's being stored to size. Okay. Yeah. Size x. So if it equals 0, then we do. Apparently, this is to get the content region available. Using bitwise math. If size is less than or equal to 0, then we get IAmMax. Hang on. Content region or content available.x plus size.x arbitrary minimum child size. Okay, so the negative will be an offset to the content size. So if I do a negative in that field, it'll be the content area minus the height of whatever I plug in. So if I plug in style.itemspacing.y as a negative inside of begin child, so begin child IAmVec2 0, and then I'm gonna ignore the 100 part because I'm not using a header. But if I just did a negative style.itemspacing.y, that should just be the content region minus the item spacing. So I think this is probably it. All right. And in order to get style, I need to get that from, I forget where I get that from. Do I have style pulled already? Oh, it's right here, yeah. What is the extra pixels are for, so you can get a negative on that. So looking at this example, the content height here is too tall because, for the child area. And I guess that O'Cornut, who's the author of the library, he says that this is the amount of space that's different. So if I subtract items style.itemspacing.y, in this case he's also subtracting 100 because that's the size of this header, but subtracting this amount apparently makes the table short enough to fit. I don't know why item spacing applies here, but apparently the gap between items is being added to the column, and then that's just a little too far past the content area or something like that. That's my read of it, but frankly I don't care because like I just want it to fit, and this is apparently the code that I'm supposed to type because author guy said so. So I'm moving the get style line up above a little bit. Now I can use negative style.itemspacing.y. All right, moment of truth time. Let me close out of Enterprise. Close out of that. Build, run. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Man, that was harder than it had to be. So now we've got the scroll bar independently on the right from the other spots over here. Eventually, I'm going to need to put this inside of its own tree. Item spacing kind of lame. Yeah. This is the most annoying part out of dynamic GUIs for me. But hey, it's working. That's good. We can move on. Now that this has got a child window, I can actually do the drag and drop region to that child window. But before I forget to do it, I do want to wrap the navigation bar over here. The navigation bar over here inside of a child window because I want it to be able to scroll up and down once we have a tree navigation thing going. So up here we got the nav bar. This should actually be called navigation area or something like that. And then inside of the column, I will do begin child. Wait, I am GUI. No documentation anywhere as well. It looks great. Yeah. Yeah, it's for sure a fair gripe to have on IMGUI. But I would be completely lying if I said that it wasn't worth it, because this is overall it's just making things a lot easier for me. Okay, and then we got the begin child call. Okay. And this will be called navigate or nav bar, I guess is what I'll call it. So the whole area is called navigation area, then you got nav bar, and then you've got icon area. All right, and then we do IMGUI and child, like that. All right. So as it is, I don't have enough. I don't have a tree structure by which to check the scrolling is working correctly, so I'm just going to do an IMGUI text line of text, and repeat it a bunch. All right. And we're just going to confirm that the scrolling works correctly on the left and the right side independently, and then we'll finally fix the drag and drop region for the files. Cool. All right, that's looking pretty good. So we got independent scrolling on the left and the right. Only the top four are actually selectable because these are just text. But all right, cool. And now that we finally got that done, the coordinates of the section on the right here should be good for dragging and dropping. That's weird. Why does it do that? When I re-enable the navigation, oh, it stopped doing it. Huh. For a second there, it was like going all the way to the right for reasons I don't know. But whatever. But now we can do the drag and drop stuff that like we always talked about. Cool. Man, that was difficult. Okay, so here we are. We're in the content area. I'll move all the column count stuff down here. So these will be two separate sections. This will be icons. This will be drag drop from OS. All right. So we need to get the min and the max for the region that we're going to be dragging into. The min is going to be the window position. That's going to be the child window position, which is going to be the upper left corner of the icon area in screen space, and then we just get the window size, I think, for the. Actually, it would be get content region avail. We'll use that again. So window position, content region available within that region, and then we. No, that's not right. I need get window pause, and then I need the window position plus content region avail. No, I need plus window size. Okay, I think I'll get this right. So max equals min, max.x. No. I'm GUI get window size. Okay, so I think it was right the first time. The window size, and then we add to it the position of the window. All right, let's try it. Got the debug console open. So we should be seeing down here every time I do a drag drop, even if it doesn't result in a copy. We'll go to the test drops folder and drag and drop something. Okay, it worked. So let's try dragging to the left side. Okay, nothing happened, no call down at the bottom. Let's try dragging slightly above. Okay. I think that's it. I think we got it. So now the drag and drop is only going to occur when you drag and drop into the region itself. Okay, that something didn't pan out there. What happened? Drag and drop. Drag and drop more to the right. Am I running into a problem with Japanese again? Okay, what's this? So there's an error from the copy file. Okay, so I'm copying from eSoftware Enterprise Test Game Content Test Drops example copy 4, and I'm copying to Test Game Content Test Drops example. What's the problem? Can I get the what? Oh, here's the error. File exists. Did you see that somewhere that I didn't before I moused over it? Because locals variable near the top left. Oh my gosh, you're right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, file exists. That's not a problem in my case, but I guess I get an error if I try to do a copy with file exists, so I should handle that. Really, it throws a exception. Maybe I have to pass in an EC object to make it non-throwing. I know that a lot of the file system stuff does throwing unless you pass in an error code object. So this is the... So the first one... Okay, hang on. Yeah. Okay, so I just got to pass in an out parameter. So let's do that. And then in the copy file, we just do, I believe it's by reference, right? Yeah. Pass in the EC, and then if EC. I suppose we might as well do error handling now. Now that we've got the drag and drop working correctly. So we'll do proper error reporting instead of just calling copy file. For every file inside of OS dropped files, if it's in the right region, then yeah, so we'll just do if EC, and we'll do switch EC dot, I think it's EC dot value, and then we can do a case statement if I remember correctly. I don't do this too often. Where's the error code type? Error code value. I'm sure there's sample code in here that I have seen and used before for doing error checking. I just can't remember what it is. Zero success. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to wrap the error code. It could be that this actually might be a good... Do we have message? Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll just do if there is an error, then I will just print the message out and then not do anything. That's the easiest way to do this and move on. It's platform dependent for what the error code is. Yeah, I see your point. In a lot of, I think I might be thinking of my Win32 helpers. Hang on. No, I must be thinking of something else. There was a particular piece of code that I had in my head where it was like I get the error code and then I throw it in a switch statement and handle it that way. It was portable, but I can't really remember. It was so long ago. Anyway, what I'll just do is I'll say if there is an error code, then we will just do ep error, give the function name. Except that this is not an API call. This is just editor. Oh, I'll have to come up with a scheme for this. I'll have to come up with a scheme for error messages that come not from the API, but come from the UI. Because previously what I would do is I would just say, type in the name of the function that caused the problem, and then like you would go into your code and you would say, okay, this is where I use content draw. But in this case, the trigger is an action inside the editor. So I guess I could just say editor cannot drop or cannot copy file into current. I should say cannot copy file and then provide the path into current path error, and then we'll provide the error message. And this will be path, current path, and ec.message. Okay. And that should be good. And then we won't have an exception anymore when we try to copy the same file. Cool. Yeah. I think we're getting to the point where we need to start looking at better logging, where we actually have a console inside of the application that we can use to track logging stuff. But anyway, just to test out this guy again, dragging and dropping into this folder seemed to cause nothing to happen, and I got no message, and I don't know why. Okay, that worked. So there's still a problem somehow. It is sometimes accepting it, sometimes it is not. Error, the system cannot find the file specified. File copied. That's strange. Did we... I'm gonna set a breakpoint here. I'm gonna try copying that file in again. Okay. Path, data, path. The data coming in is not in UTF-8, I don't think. let's go back into the implementation. We've got UTF-8 path equals wcar to UTF-8. We pass in the buffer that we received from this guy. And there was a problem with this that we had fixed. And it's still fixed. Previously, we had a problem where we were passing in the wrong code page. We were passing in the ANSI code page instead of the UTF-8 code page. But that's fixed now, so... Does the console just not display UTF-8? I would have thought that the UTF-8 would print correctly inside of the debugger and inside of the console, given that you can type UTF-8 into the file itself, but maybe not. The system cannot find the file specified though, so I'll set a breakpoint here, and then I'll try dragging the file in and see if I can catch the problem in the buffer. Okay, drag query point. Okay, so the string, or the buffer, seems to be showing the UTF-16 characters correctly. We can see all the kanji in the katakana appearing correctly. And then when I go to step over and take a look at UTF-8 path, it is screwed up already. So there's something going wrong inside of wcar to UTF-8, or maybe for 132 application, you can use alloc console and or attach console, then set console output C code point for UTF-8. Yeah, but that would be for an external console, and I mean, so to get to put this in perspective, the eventual plan is to have a IM GUI based console in the editor that I'll print to instead. And I'll have control over that. But I don't think I have to do anything to this console for it to display UTF-8, right? Let me check on that. You want to turn the console? That's fine. That's what you're suggesting is a good plan, but it's only appropriate if the console that we're working in right now doesn't support UTF-8 text, and I really doubt that it doesn't. But maybe this is a thing. Maybe it just doesn't display correctly in the console. Because right now what I'm getting stuck on is I'm not sure whether the problem is my conversion to UTF-8 or if it's just not displaying correctly inside of the debugger. My impression is that it's just not displaying correctly in the debugger, but I want to know for sure. Okay, so this person had some trouble, but somebody else said that I don't have a problem. Okay, maybe there's something inside of the settings I have to worry about. The Windows console is shit when it comes to UTF-8, but I guess VSC will set code page to UTF-8 by default. That was my impression anyway, yeah. So my files encode to UTF-8 by default. Where's my debug console though? I don't see anything in here about that. Okay, JVM options. They apparently had to add something to their configuration, their launch.json, to make that work. Not really sure what it does, but I'll give it a shot. I'll just go to my launch.json, and in the configuration I'm using, which is Windows Engine plus test game, I will pass it in here. I don't think the order matters, does it? I use ZTD text for UTF-8 conversion. It's experimental library for a UTF-8 proposal to the C++ standard. That's interesting. I'm gonna look that up real quick. I'm getting stuff about STDs. Put this in quotes, maybe. ZTD text. Yeah, I'll ZTD text dot read the docs.io. Interesting. So far, I haven't had any trouble using the Windows API for conversion. Like, converting hasn't been a problem up until now. This is not allowed? Why not? JVM. What options do I have? Simple options. Yeah, I'm not really finding the option that they were using. Yeah, maybe. I tell you what, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to inspect the values in question in RAM and confirm that they're working correctly. I don't actually, there's no need to write it out to another file to read it. I can just take and look at the values real quick. So here's the buffer. The characters appear to be encoded correctly in here. The UTF-8 path is the return value. Let me go to it in memory. Starting to get a little crowded on my screen. Why aren't you showing the memory? Yeah, view binary data. Oh, this is the, hang on, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the addresses. So what's happening to, I should be seeing the memory in here, shouldn't I? Because these are the addresses for the memory. Huh. Okay, whatever. Let me just take the values out for the appropriate characters. So the first character here, we've got -25 and -92. Let me do conversions on those real quick. Oh, does this not support the bit flip on that? I guess not. So let me go to the watch window. I will do a cast to wcar. And I will do, which index are we on? We're on UTF-8 path. That would be 45 and 46. See if I can do this simply. So I'll take that one, bit shifted over by 8, and then add the result to UTF-8 path 46. If I'm remembering the result correctly. Okay, so there's the first character transcoded from the 2 bytes. And I've got a totally different character. Wait, let me read the binary again. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'll do it. I'll take your suggestion and write it out to file. I thought it'd be a lot easier for me to inspect the memory, because usually I can just see the block of memory and then literally look at the binary, but it wasn't populating for some reason in the VS Code inspector. All right, so we'll do a quick file. Oh, I need to do the file. Maybe copy the character to some website to see their hexadecimal value for each code point. Well, that shouldn't matter if I've got the... Oh, hang on. I think I know what the problem is. Yeah, I think you've got... I'm thinking that the character that I might be looking at is 3 bytes, but I can't see the first 3 bits of it, so let me just quickly try this out again. I'm going to do 3 bytes. Okay. Instead. So this will be over by 16. This will be over by 8. And then UTF-8 path at 47. Like that. Okay, that wasn't it. Okay, hiragana, katakana, 309F. So this would be where's kanji? Hang on, is kanji in here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if I'm remembering right, trying to remember how many bytes are needed in each size of code point. So we've got 4, 8, 12, 13, 14. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's, sorry, 6, 12. Yeah, so we would need 6, 12. We would need a 3-byte representation. So doing it like this was correct. I'm wondering if I've got an order of operations problem that I forgot about. I'm pretty sure addition comes after bit shifts, but I'm just going to wrap those in parentheses just in case. Am I sure of the precedent of the operator? Yeah, I wasn't, so I just wrapped them. Is Widecar T not enough for this? Let me do, what's the fixed width type? Car 32 type T. I'll cast this all to car 32 T. Right? Where's my fixed width? I guess it... Is there not a fixed width 64-bit? No, I guess it's just the 32-bit. Is that enough? Yeah, that's enough. So, car 32T. What's the unrecognized token? I'm gonna do something else. Hang on. I'm just going to do a conversion back. And this is just going to do a conversion back, and then I'll inspect it. Yeah. I started to, and then it got the idea to inspect it, and then it stopped working. Okay. Good. And let's open up a test drop and drop in Japanese. Okay, so it is correct. The problem is just that the UTF-8 representation does not display as UTF-8 text inside of the debugger. That's annoying. So you can see here the conversion back from the UTF-8 string does come back as the identical kanji and hiragana. Okay. That was really frustrating. Just trying to figure out whether the debugger is working correctly or not. So let's undo all of that hacking that we were doing. Okay. Okay, so we know that the UTF-8 conversion is fine because I was able to convert it back just fine. So there must be some other reason why it's not able to find the file. Maybe there's an issue with UTF-8 being used in the file system API. Okay, so we're back here. I'm gonna reproduce the conditions. Okay. Not getting anything when I drag and drop over for some reason. Why would that be? Okay. Copy file. Yeah, that was weird. It was there's probably still some kind of a bounds issue that I'm not picking up on. I'll have to check that out in a minute. So this time we've got emoji. This should be in an else. Like that. But yeah, cannot find the file specified. This time we're using an emoji character inside of the path. So this is telling me that this conversion to a path is not working correctly. Okay, I think I've got to specify a format into the constructor of the path object that's being used. Inside of the file system API call. This isn't actually helping me. I can pick between native, generic, and auto. But it doesn't tell me what generic is. STD file system U8 path. Oh, okay, now I'm kind of remembering what's going on here. So in C++ 17, they had a separate path type called U8 path that did Unicode strings. But now in C++ 20, we have Unicode string literals, UTF-8 string literals. So we now don't need this anymore. We just pass in the correct literal type into the constructor. Okay, yeah. So this is the problem. It seems like. Stop debugging. The problem is here. This should be a U8 path constructed from the string, the UTF-8 string. This will give us a path that is actually UTF-8. U8 path. File system U8 path. Yeah. What are you complaining about? Expected a semicolon? Where? Right, that should be it. Cannot determine which instance of overloaded function is intended. Okay, let's take a look at those constructors. U8 path. Class source. That feels wrong, right? If we have to use iterators. We should just be able to pass in a string. Okay, source is a UTF encoded STD string view, a pointer to a null terminated byte string, or a blah 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 blah. So I'm passing in a UTF-8 encoded STD string. That's what data. If we look at the structure OS blah 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 blah, we have an STD string that's path. So why is this ambiguous? You know, I don't think it is ambiguous. I'm going to press F7 and build it anyway and see if the squiggles go away. Okay, well, we've got some errors at least. That might tell us a little bit more. Error expected some... Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do U8 path, but I'll specify STD string as the type parameter. And try that out. No? Oh, it's not a class. It's a function. It's a function that returns a path. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay. So I was trying to do, I was thinking it was a object. It's actually just a function. So path equals fs u8 path, and we pass in data.path. Yeah, that wasn't... Okay. Go to the folder again, drag and drop a thingy, and now I've got an error. What's that? Conversion problem. So this is not working correctly, I guess. me quickly review what I wrote. Take a look at the example. I'm a little confused. This is the C++ 20 way of doing it. So they're doing it the same way that I was doing it. You get a path, you assign it the response, or assign it the return value of UA path. That seems really simple. Let me set a breakpoint and step through it. I didn't expect to be dealing with problems like this today. And what just happened? Did I accidentally drag and drop it into one of these other folders? Yeah, I guess I did. Nope, I got an error. This must have occurred when I deleted the folder that we were navigated into. So I'll need to make note of that. I'm going to make just a big old card for the content browser, because there's going to be a lot of stuff to deal with on this one topic, but not enough to give it its own board. We'll do a checklist, and we'll say error when deleting, when folder, when current folder is deleted. Just to remind myself to get back to that later. But let's restart real quick. Content, test. All right, and then we'll drag in some Japanese stuff again. Yeah, so there's every once in a while the bounding box is incorrect. We'll have to deal with both today. Okay, so data.path is currently that UTF-8 string. Stepping over. Okay, so apparently the path converts correctly, because I take a look at the contents of the file system path variable, and it shows the correct kanji in the name. So it's converting correctly. The issue comes within the copy file, I guess. So we'll step in. Oh, okay. So the problem arises here. Current path is a string, It's a string on its own, and I was just using the string appending, converting the file name component to a string, appending it to current path, and then passing it in. But this conversion won't by default be in Unicode. This will convert into the ANSI code page. So what I need to do is I need to wrap this with file system U8 path. Oops. Like that. And now what'll happen is we will take this string, prepend it to the file name as a string, and then convert that back into a U8 path. All right. Try this for the umpteenth time. Okay, we still got an error. Convert wide to narrow. So there still must be a problem here. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. So let's stop for a moment. Instead of doing a prepend on this, I'm going to temporarily hardcode it. Data.path.filename. Well, data.path is a std string. So data is the OS drop file data. It's the structure that contains the mouse position and the path as a U8 string. Path.filename.string. This is intended to take the U8 converted path object and then use its file name thing to get you the file name section without the prepended folders and all that. These contain equal data, data.path and path. They are the same U8 string, technically, under the hood. The difference being that I'm just using one that's in the path object, so I can do .file name on it. However, instead of doing .string or whatever, I'm going to do fsu8 path on current path, and then just do the slash operator. What are you complaining about? Expected a semicolon? Do I have to... I'm pretty sure you can just do on paths. They have an overload for slashes that just lets you... Yeah, because the idea is that it's supposed to look like it's a path, right? Like a slash, and then you get the next path. But I don't use it all that often, so let's double check. Yeah, appends elements to the path with a directory separator, or concatenates two paths without introducing a directory separator. I think I can just use the plus equals, actually. That might be easier. Or not plus equals, but plus. Let's take a look at the operator. Concatenates two path components using the preferred directory separator, if appropriate. Okay, that's the thing I wanted, because the current path has a slash in it. So we take current path, converted it into a UTF-8 path. Okay, and that's what it is. Oh, hello, kitty cat. Little kitty cats come to ask for pets and scratches. All right. Yeah, so that's fine. I think I just had an extra parentheses in there. That was the only problem. But yeah, it'll ignore the slash if not necessary. So hopefully that was it. See how that goes. All right. Yeah, it's only working every so often, so there's got to be some thing. That's starting to get really annoying, actually. How it's only periodically accepting the drag and drop. I'll have to. I'm starting to think that I need to solve that problem first. Okay, here we go. So we got a drag and drop. We got a copy that has the Japanese text in it. Sweet. All right. However, what do we got? Log error 001. No mapping for the Unicode character exists in the target multi-byte code page. Are we missing a character? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Well, we got all the characters in it. So I'm not sure why it would say that. I don't know. Let's take a closer look. Do they look different to you? Let me double check. No, I'm pretty sure they're the same. So to compare for sure, I'm going to take the resultant copy, paste it up here, and it says there's already a file named that way, so it's the same name. Japanese is hard to compare. Yeah, this is like really small text. When I loaded this up, I made the text a little bit bigger because when I do size 15 font for Japanese and size 15 font for English, like the Japanese text just way too small. I don't speak Japanese, so I don't really have a point of comparison, but I think these are the same characters. Okay, so that's the Unicode problem done. However, there's still a problem where I continually try to drag and drop and it stops working. So let me set a breakpoint on this whole block. Where is it? The drag and drop here. So this is the function here where we compare the region bounds. So am I just going to ignore that exception? It's not an exception, it's a log error, and I don't really know why it's there. It appears to be something that's being logged out from a library, maybe? This is not normally how MSVC logs things out, but it's not an exception. And it appears to be wrong. We'll have to come back to that in a minute. Anyway, because right now the bigger problem is that I have to drag and drop like a dozen times to be able to actually copy a file in. So I'm doing some tests on this guy. Min is 491, 524. Max is 14, 855. Okay. So actually this one will copy if I hit continue. Let me try this again with another file. Let me start over, actually. And we'll do the Japanese file like before. Okay. Min is 383, 434. The min and the... Oh, hang on. Never mind. 1306, 765. 531, 495. The Y goes beyond. Oh no, it doesn't. So this will copy as well. What's going on? I'm going to turn off the breakpoint for a minute and confirm that I'm actually still having the issue. Because I don't know why it would stop. So content, test. Okay, now it's dragging and dropping every time. So what gives? Well, that was a duplicate, so it wouldn't copy, but... yeah, so that's all the files now. Let's read these logs. Okay. Oh, what do you, well, okay, little kitty cat wants to... wants to... Alright. Get some scritches. You gonna come hang out? You can see the tail entering the camera frame. Got a little kitty cat on my lap. Yeah, anyway, so taking a look at these, no mapping for the error code exists in the target multi-byte code page. So this is the first file I copied, which was the Japanese one. But clearly it's mapping correctly. Okay. Oh, interestingly, I don't see. Oh, this is what the error is about. So when I had file copied, this is an error from SPD log. That's what the error is. So I must have the wrong code page set up for SPD log. What I should be seeing every time I go to copy a file is this, where it says file copied, and this is the file, and this is where it went. SPD log, the library I've been using to do my logging, is reporting this error. So instead of reporting that it's copied the Japanese file, it's saying that it can't print the Japanese text. Yeah, so that's technically not a problem in my eyes, because I'm not going to be using SPD log for long anyways, but I'll put that on the back burner. These failures to copy were expected because we've already got the file in that location. Eventually we'll have smarter handling where it'll ask us what you want to do, if you want to replace it or if you want to do something else, but for now we're just ignoring it. Okay, and what's this about? Common util, ch result, exception implementation, rethrow at memory location 000. I'm not sure what these are. The application seems to be running fine. What's mpclient.dll do? I'm noticing that each of these exceptions precedes SPD logs errors. So maybe what's happening is that there's an exception being thrown internally and that it's handling it, but we're still getting it logged. Let me take a look at SPD logs implementation, because it's possible that the It's possible that the code page thing is easy to fix. And if it is, I'd like to do that. Okay, so I have to actually do a preprocessor define to do a UTF-8. I guess I've just never needed to log UTF-8 to my console before. Uncomment to enable WCAR-T support. Convert to UTF-8. Okay, let's do that. Unfortunately, the logging code is used everywhere, so I have to recompile 79 compilation units. We'll just give it a minute, and hopefully it'll be done. Oh, what's up? I didn't realize what you meant earlier when you said you're going to ignore that exception. The orange text in between the blue text that I was seeing, my eyes were glossing over the orange text. Yeah. So when I was saying that was not an exception, I was referring to the blue lines in between. I don't know, my eyes are just sort of glossing over certain details and skipping over others. Someone else catching it, I'm not familiar with VSC, yeah. Yeah, so exceptions log to the console sometimes. Depending on your debugger, sometimes you'll get a log to your console, even if the exception's been handled. And I've noticed that when I debug inside of VS Code, that a whole bunch of extra stuff pops up that you don't see in regular Visual Studio. So I don't know, maybe it's something that you can change in settings, but all right, here we go. Okay, we're dealing with that problem again. Let me turn on that breakpoint and try copying again and see what the problem is. So right now the mouse says 573, 490. The Y position is too small. There's something wrong with the Y position. The min is wrong. Okay, that's confusing. So sometimes the window position is just wrong. This is really simple. You can see the min is assigned here, and the next time we access it, well, we access it to increment the max, but the next time we utilize it is here. We do the comparison against min.x and min.y. So get window position is returning a position of 527, 538. And when I drag inside those bounds, my Y position is too small. So, what the heck? Let me control click on this guy. And let's get a look at the header. All right, get current window position in screen space. Useful if you want to do your own drawing through the draw list API. Let's see if there's been any issues returned on this problem. I for sure wasn't expecting this to be a thing. What I'll do is I'll go into the issues section of DRIM GUI and search for it. Search for this specific call. Nothing immediately jumped out. So what I'll do is I'll continue. I will undock DRIM GUI. I will open up the input mouse state, this guy, and take a look at where my mouse falls. Okay, and then I'm going to do what we were doing before, where I print into the window, I print the current coordinates of the min and the max. We'll do max on its own line. Okay. And we'll do some comparisons. Okay, so there's the mouse position. The mouse pointed up here is at 627, 639. So actually, if I make it to 630, 642, that actually seems to be correct. Let's open up one of these windows, one of these folders, and I'm gonna try dragging and dropping into the region. Okay, so what seems to be happening is that the mouse coordinates that's being returned by the Windows API disagrees with the mouse coordinates being used in IMGUI. Because you can see that when I let go, my mouse cursor is within the bounds of min and max, yet we still encountered the problem where nothing happened. So let me set the breakpoint again. And we'll do the same test. drag and drop. And we can do a direct comparison. So the Windows API gave me a mouse position of 495, 469, whereas DRIM GUI is giving me 737, 734. So what's going on here? Let me hit continue, and I'm going to bring up the window again. I dragged into this area here. Let me go to the documentation for that message. Here. WM drop files, and let me review what I'm supposed to be receiving from it. So drag query point is where we get the mouse cursor position. The window for which coordinates are returned is the window that received the WM drop files message. Okay. And the point is just an X and a Y. I think that sometimes I'm getting the window coordinate space and sometimes I'm getting the screen space. The confusing thing is that it sometimes is giving me one and sometimes giving me the other. Sometimes I can drag and drop in and it works exactly correct. And sometimes it doesn't. When I do the mouse move events, I've just been passing them on. Maybe they have a problem too. So the trouble is that I can't simply wire this to a output and like get continual feedback on where the cursor is, because this only occurs when you let go of the drag and drop. So I can only see where the cursor is at the time I release. Let me try this out. I'm going to try dragging and dropping again. I will print screen directly before letting go. I'll let go, confirm that there's still an issue, 471 to 441. I'll go back into my friend paint.net and paste and do a quick little check. We'll do a bounding box that is the right coordinate size. That's going to be 471 by 441. So we're going to do 471 by 441. There we go. So that's 471 by 441. Was that the number? Yeah. So this should be the exact coordinates offset that the mouse was found. And that lines up pretty much exactly to the upper left corner of the main window. which explains why the coordinates fall outside of the range. So, has it always been in window coordinates? I guess it must have been. What must have been happening was that I was picking like a lower right hand corner, and the coordinate, when translated from there to window space, fell in the upper left hand corner of the panels. So we'll need to convert that into screen space. Okay. Do I have a position variable? Oh, this is the wrong file. Doesn't look like a store where I regularly access the current window position. So what I'll do is I'll have to use a get window position, I think. Let me find that message type again. Here. What I've been doing is I've just been delegating this to the drag drop CPP file. I may want to bring this back to the window code. But basically, once I've got the point, I just need to add point.x would be like plus the current position of the window. Well, it would be plus the current position of the client space. All right, there's probably a function to look up. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. Been going at this for 3 hours. Gonna go to the bathroom. When I come back, we'll identify exactly the right call to make to get the cursor position from the drag drop in terms of screen space instead of in terms of window space. And that should probably be the end of the drag drop problems. Be back in like 10 minutes or so. All right. Am I unmuted? Yes, I am. All right. Back to where we were. So we kind of got the idea of what the problem was. The mouse coordinates coming in are coming from the upper left corner of the content area, not the top left corner of the screen. Now, I believe that there's a way for you to get get window position in Win32. I think it's just called. Let's get window rect. That's what it is. However, the thing that I want is not simply the position of the window, but the upper left corner of the content area, so that it is not including the title bar. Yeah. So to get the window bounce excluding the drop shadow. Okay. Pointer to a rect structure that gives the screen coordinates of the upper left and lower right corners of the window. Just glancing through the function list, I'm not seeing one that immediately says get content area or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to confirm first that the struct doesn't actually just contain the content area. If it does, then what I can do is I can subtract the expected content area from subtract the expected content area from the... Wait, I've written this code before. I'm sure I have. Like on the resize somewhere. Maybe not here, but window. Maybe on the engine side? Did I do that? Size. Oh, okay, yeah, I did write this code before. Okay, so when the window is resized in the game engine layer, we have WM size message, we get client rect, and then we get the rect. So the drag query point gives screen coordinates? No, it gives window coordinates, and that's the problem. I had assumed, and assuming makes an ass out of you and me, is what my dad used to say. I had assumed that it was in screen space, but it's in window space. Yeah, so in order to get it into screen space, we just need to get the client rect. I guess this is a call that gets you the client rectangle. And then take the top corner and subtract it. Or, yeah, subtract it. No, add it. We add the upper left corner coordinates, and then it's relative to, yeah, so we add it. So this is what we do. We get a rect structure, get client rect on it, and then I'll just copy this whole thing for the second, but we do have to flip the vertical on the coordinates, I think, if I'm reading this right. Right, minus left, bottom. Oh no, I just get the rect top. Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah. Did I really not do a size on this guy? I have sizing, so on the editor, when you go to resize the window, it pushes an update, but it doesn't actually handle the new size of the window because IMGUI does it. I assumed it was a window coordinate, but I didn't think about the IMGUI coordinates was a screen coordinate. Yeah, so with IMGUI, it's a little... yeah, with IMGUI, the base version of IMGUI, I think it is in window coordinates, but this is the docking branch of Dear IMGUI, where you can undock windows. So in the case of undocking windows in Dear IMGUI, the docking branch uses screen coordinates always, I think. And that's just so that you can tell things apart. There's a couple of cases where that doesn't apply. Anytime that you're getting a window position, it's in screen space, but if you're getting like like the cursor position, it's relative to the window. Yeah, it gets a little bit messy, but I'm getting my coordinates relative to the child window. So I need to get the position of that child window. Yeah, it's layers and layers. But in order to bring these into the same space, I need to may I continue. I need to first undo the relativity from this section to the main or to the screen space, and then undo the relativity from the client area to the cursor, and then I can put them. They're both in the screen space, and I can compare those. All right. So back in this guy, when we do the drop files, I've just been passing the stuff to OS drop file or OS drag drop 132. So in here, this is where we actually handle it. We unpack the H drop. Let's get the size. So we got the rectangle, get client rect. We don't have the window handle from here. Okay. So here's what I'll do. Instead of doing handle platform dropped event, I am simply going to cut all this code and paste it back into the event handler. Here. So instead of dispatching, we just call the code in question. We don't have to unpack it. It's already here as part of the W param. We get the content area. Rect.top is going to be the screen Y position, and rect.left is going to be the screen X position. I'll move this stuff below the drag file stuff. Okay, and then I'll need access to OS drag drop files, so I will include application / OS drag drop.h. And this is going to be an editor, OS drag drop files. Okay, and then we go through every file that's in the drag drop. We get the path in UTF-8, and then we replace the backslashes with forward slashes, and then we push it back into OS drag drop files. Okay, and then when we push the point.x, point.y, this will now be point.x plus rect.left, and this will be plus rect.y, or .top. And that will give us the offset relative to the screen, instead of relative to the client area. Cool. Okay, I think that's good. Back in this guy, we don't actually need to register this anymore. We actually don't need an OS drag drop either. And let's go to OS drag drop.h and clear those out. We don't need the init. We don't need actually the callback was a static function in the CPP file anyway, so this is all we need to delete. Cool, and then in runtime.cpp for the editor, we can get rid of the init OS drag drop. But we do need to call OS drag drop to files.clear. So the rest of that should be a-okay. All right, I think that's everything. Let's F7 and build and see how it runs. Okay. Go to the test folder, and then drag and drop. I'll do the same location. And now if we take a look at the data, the position is 442.419. The min is 604.616. Okay, we've still got a problem. The data is still indicating that the point of the cursor is too far away. So let's head back to that code here. There must be something about get client rect that I'm not seeing. Maybe get client rect isn't relative to the client coordinates specify upper left and lower right corners of the client area. They are relative to the upper left corner of the Windows. Wait. Because the client coordinates are relative to the upper left corner of a Windows client area, the coordinates of the upper left corner are 0, 0. So this is still in Windows space. It's just getting me the size of the client rect instead of getting me the position. Okay, here we go. Client to screen. Converts the client area coordinates of a specified point to screen coordinates. Okay, so this would be this looks like what I need. And it even takes a pointer to a point. So yeah, this is looking better. Okay. So we've got getting rid of the client area business. Drag query point provides us the point in client area space, and okay, and then the LB point parameter is both an input and an output. So we'll do if client to screen, window handle, and then the address of the point. So if it's successful, then we will do the rest. We don't need to offset anymore by the client area because that's just going to be converted directly by client to screen. Handy. All right. F7. F5. All right, let's see how we do. Dragging and dropping in the same position as before. The mouse X and mouse Y, 469, 593. Okay, and that's within the bounds of the drop file area, and by about the same number of pixels as I would expect, because I had dragged like 10 or 20 pixels away from the upper left corner. Cool, so if we hit continue, it seems to be copying correctly. Perfect. All right, I think that's fixed. So now if I was to go and drag and drop things, it should just be working fine. And it looks like it is. If I drag to the left of the content area, we're not seeing anything anymore. But if I drag directly in, yes. Okay, cool. That only took forever. But dragging and dropping now seems to be really stable. Let me close these out. And try this a little bit more for my sanity. Okay. That seems to be working good. Importing seems to be working pretty well. So there is one other thing to worry about. That is going to be the undocking of the window. So let me put this back. When the content window is undocked, it uses a window procedure that is specified by dir imGUI. So if I go to drag and drop into this window, nothing happens. Because it doesn't, like, we're not going to get messages here either. Well, that's interesting. Hang on. That thing I was hoping to fix with SPD log wasn't fixed. The Japanese characters are still giving trouble. That's very true. We will need to replace this, but really the only thing that I care about dragging and dropping from Windows and from macOS into the editor is file paths. So this is actually perfect for an MVP. It was much simpler for me to implement than a COM thing, but that's still, yeah. I think this was a really good suggestion. It was enough to get me started without having to spend time learning a thing. And eventually, when we start to make the thing beautified, so when we actually go through and decide to work really hard on like colors and border styles and things like that to make this look like a real application, that's when we can start to worry about the fine stuff like having a little preview when you go to drag and drop from Windows, things like that. So I'm totally happy with the way things are. So yeah, don't worry about it. Your suggestion was a good one. Cool. So I do think I want to address the drag and drop from undocked Windows before I move on. We're at 3.5 hours anyway, so I probably will just take care of this one last thing with dragging and dropping from Windows, and then call it a stream, and then we can work on something more fun next time. So let me get rid of that text. I don't need it anymore. And I am just going to straight up ignore SPD logs issues with logging Japanese characters. I'm going to be getting rid of it anyway. And let's stop debugging and let's head to the imGUI Win32 implementation. So the window procedure is somewhere below. Create window, destroy window, create window. Create window should be passing in the address of the procedure somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Except I don't see it. Okay. Well, here it is. Platform window. So imGUI implementation 132 Win proc handler for platform windows. This is the procedure for windows that you've undocked from your main window. So we're going to need to do our own proprietary implementation here. We'll need to do... I'll find a spot for it, but we'll need to do the WM drag drop. What's this? WM NC nchit test? What's an nchit test? Sent to a window in order to determine what part of the window corresponds to a particular screen coordinate. This allows the backend to... Okay, so this has to do with inner window operability. All right, so I'll do it underneath the WM mouse activate. We'll do case WM. I forgot what it was already. Drag, drop. WM drop files. Okay. And then within here, we'll need to do similar code. Huh. Well, this should be fine. I was just thinking about the possibility of windows overlapping because the window, only the topmost window will receive the drop message. I'm pretty sure we can just do the comparison in screen coordinates just like we did last time. Yeah, so let me go back to the editor's window code. I'm actually not a huge fan of just copying and pasting the code from here to there. I'm thinking that maybe this should be its own function. Yeah, let's make it its own function. What I had done during the last stream was I made a enterprise event that passed this information along. Because we're in the editor layer, I'm realizing now that I don't have the need to do that. I could just do a function in os_drag_drop.h and then use it directly, because you're not going to be accepting these drops from the engine layer. So we'll do extern void handle. Oh, but this is going to be a proprietary call because you're going to be passing proprietary data through it. So I could do another header, do os_drag_drop_win32.h, and then have a separate place for that implementation. All right, these are going to be pretty small files, but I think that's what I'm going to have to do. So inside of the application source, I'll do a new file, os_drag_drop win32.h, and then I will also add, to make this less confusing, even though there's going to be more files, it'll be less confusing. I'll add os_drag_drop.cpp. And then move the generic stuff to this file. And the generic stuff is just the definition for os_drag_drop files, basically. Okay, and then we can add a proprietary call for the platform-specific call for handling the drag drop. So this will be namespace editor. And then inside we will do void os drag drop, or on os drag drop 132. And we'll accept, we include shell API. We'll accept the structure, which was a h drop, I think it was. We'll resolve those warnings in a second when we add them to CMake lists. Okay, good. Good. And then we'll add the definition here. This time around we can just do include os drag drop 132.h and yeah. Yeah, it is h drop, but it must be from a different header. I forget which one. We'll worry about that in a minute. Cool. So we got on os drag drop. Except for this is the CPP file. And then we do the implementation here. Okay, and where does hdrop come from? Frustratingly, I'm not getting a link to hdrop. Shell, yeah, it's shell API. So whatever, I'll leave that for the moment. Let's go to CMake lists. Save. And in CMake lists, we'll add these new files. So underneath the 132 stuff, we'll do os drag drop 132.h, and then in the generic stuff, we'll add .cpp. All right, build system's done. Okay. And then in the window platform code, we will take this entire thing and control exit. And in the platform code, we will put that in here. It is still having trouble finding hdrop, so maybe that's in the 132 API. Declare handle. Now it's declared in shell API.h, so I should be seeing it, but hdrop is an opaque pointer, I think. Handle. It's well, a lot of their handles are literally just pointers. Let me oh no, shell API.h is saying that it can't find it. Okay, it's just, I think it's just IntelliSense being stupid. I'll put it on the back burner for the moment, and if it fails to compile, then we'll worry about it then. But yeah, instead of doing the all the code in here, we will instead rely on OS drag drop win32.h. I mean, they don't allow the user to access internal data. No, they do. Because we can access, that's the whole point. The structure is just... Oh, no, I get what you're saying. Sorry, I misunderstood. You're right. We just pass that around. But that shouldn't be a problem for me passing it from function to function. It's still plain old data. It's a handle. So I should be able to just see the type when I include shellypi.h. That shouldn't be a problem. But that's a back burner item for the moment. wcar and uint, those things do come from Win32, I believe, so let me double check that. Yeah. And so we'll need to do the lean and mean inclusion thing. Like that. Direct query file should also come from shell API, so that's probably going to resolve itself in a minute. I hope. Okay, so all that code's fine. I do need to pass in the window handle though. I don't store that. Yeah, I store that statically here, so I'll have to pass in the window handle as a parameter. Yeah, I was off topic. No, you're fine. You're good. Alright, so now we've got a window handle. I'll pass in to the function client to screen. I'll need the Win32 helpers. Include one. Actually, this would be enterprise core or platform helpers. Platform helpers 132. And what else do I need? I need the or this would be application OS drag and drop. That will give us the OS drag dropped files thing. We're inside of the editor namespace now though, so I can get rid of this. Cool. And we need assertions. Like that. Alright, so the only things left complaining are the shell API things. We'll try compiling and see if that resolves them. If it doesn't, we'll get an idea of what the problem is. Okay, good. And then when I would normally invoke this code, I would now call editor. Wait, am I in the editor name? I'm already in the editor namespace. I can call OS or handle OS on OS drag drop 132 is the call. And we pass in the hdrop, and then we pass in window handle. And then I go to the header and fix the signature. And then hdrop is from shell API as well. Oh, look at that. Now the hdrop is resolved for no reason. All right. Very close to being done, I think. Okay. Cool. So we register for the drag drop stuff with drag accept files, and then in the call we convert hdrop from wparam and we pass it into on os drag drop for week 32. Cool. And then we just need to do the same thing on the IM GUI side. But before I do that, let me confirm that it still compiles and runs. Make sure I didn't break something when I was renaming files and things like that. There we go. Synced to build. Let's confirm that everything is still dragging and dropping and pop lock and popping. All right. So in the test folder, we'll delete these. Drag and drop. Okay. Drag and drop still seems to be functioning exactly as it did before. Perfect. So now we just need to implement it in the IMGUI undocked windows. So we'll go back to the implementation code here. We've added the case statement for WM drop files. Now we can do an include up here. Include from editor / oh, hang on a minute. I don't think that I've got IMGUI listening to the editor headers. Do I? CMake lists, engine, IMGUI. It's not, because IMGUI is part of the engine layer now. And that means I'll need to move the scope of these. These are going to need to be moved into EP internal headers, so they're headers that are visible to the engine layer but not to the game layer. And that way IMGUI can see them too. Alright. It's all coming together. Alright. So here's where it should live. It should live in EP internal editor, blah blah blah. And here's where it currently lives, OS drag drop. So let me copy these. I'm gonna take those files and drag them down to the EP internal editor folder. Okay. Alright. And this is going to require a few changes. We're going to need to go to CMake lists.txt for the editor. And for the moment, I'm not going to delete these file paths. I am just going to cut them or copy them so I can paste them into the appropriate locations in CMake lists for the engine. And this is going to go in. These are going to go into the protected lists. So engine protected headers, or protected vendor headers. Where's my IMGUI stuff? Actually, no, this would just be in my protected headers. Because these are, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. Engine protected headers. And underneath editor stuff. First I'm just pasting them all, but we'll move these all into the right locations in a minute. So we need the generic drag drop.h in here. We'll need to put the platform specific one in. Oh, do I not have a list for that? I'm gonna need to make a new source list. Engine protected headers. So we had engine protected headers for all platforms, but I got some generic platforms, or some platform specific stuff that's protected now. So we'll need to add some new categories. Engine protected headers, Win32, and this will include this guy, and only this guy for the moment. OS drag drop.cpp needs to go in regular source. Actually, source dynamic, so down here. And then the Win32 CPP goes in source dynamic for Win32. Right, engine source dynamic, engine source Win32, engine source Win32 lib. Yeah, so I'll need to add another category. Oof. That'll be where this belongs. All right. Right. So we'll need to correct these paths to be relative to the new locations, and then we'll need to add these new lists. So on the OS drag drop, that now lives inside of EP internal editor. Like so. I need this list to be available in parent scope. So we'll do engine protected headers, Win32. We'll do the same thing as we did on the others. We pass in the values from the main list, and then we set it to parent scope. So both this scope and the parent scope have this list of files. However, its location needs to change. It's now in here. Yes. EP internal editor, OS drag drop, Win32.h. Okay, and then this is now in source editor, OS drag drop.cpp. I actually have to move it though. Ooh. So this is where it needs to go. I currently just have everything copied into the includes. So this guy and this guy need to go down here. EPIM GUI.cpp, GUI input, GUI input's gonna disappear at some point, but we'll worry about that later. Actually, we might do that next stream. There's a reason why mouse input is problematic in a couple of places that I've tracked down the reason, but the implementation is a little tricky, so I've been putting it off. But once that's done, I can get rid of this GUI input section, and it'll just be the regular input system. OS drag drop 132 CPP. Yeah, there now in source editor. Right, where's the other? Right down here. Source application, OS drag drop, and so on. Okay, that's looking good. Now we just need to add those extra lists that we created. And those were engine protected headers Win32. And engine source Win32 dyne. Whoops. Okay. And then down here in the dynamic stuff, we now place these two new lists. Okay, so we got protected headers for Windows 32, and then we need to add the source. Well, let me add this to the static project. Wait, hang on. This actually might need to be also marked dynamic. Yeah, because it's editor OS drag drop. Yeah, whatever. This will need to be put in dynamic only, though. So let me put this in static. And then this is dynamic only. That I will put here. Actually, I'll put it here. Actually, I'll put it here. Change my mind all the time. All right. So engine headers, protected headers, and then protected headers for Win32 should be on its own line. Then the source for dynamic, Win32 for dynamic, Mac OS, and yeah, that looks clean. This should be on its own line, and yeah, I think I got it. Let's go back to CMake lists for the editor, and we get rid of these files now. All right. All right, moment of truth time. All right, so we screwed something up. Could not find source file OS drag drop underscore Win32 at source. I forgot to change its location. Here. So this needs to be in source editor OS drag drop Win32. Was that the only one? No sources given to target engine dyne. Yeah, that's probably related to the first issue. Okay, build files working. Yeah, so now we got a build system. So that generated correctly. Let's rerun and rebuild, see if we can compile. No, what did we screw up? Oh, we need to update the includes on those files. Okay. Yeah, so the these are no longer in this project. They are in EP internal editor. OS drag drop. Wait, OS drag? Yeah, regular OS drag drop. Okay, yeah. Man, this is a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff to make these things work. Okay, and then this one, same. EP internal. Editor, OS drag drop. And then these will be in editor. Wait, that's the correct namespace. Yeah. Yeah, these are in namespace editor, so the source code should be fine. All right, good. This can probably. I'll worry about cleaning this up when I go to commit. This one is for Win32, so it's a little different. This is EP internal editor / OS drag drop Win32.h. Okay. And this is the implementation file for it. So now this is in editor OS drag drop Win32.h. And also these are now quotes because we're inside of the engine scope. And this one needs to be editor / OS drag drop.h. Cool. Cool. We just got a couple more of these headers to fix. Wait, EP internal editor OS drag drop. Did I screw up on the last file? I did. This needs to be EP internal / yeah. Good. Good. And then this one. What was I doing here? Oh, this is where I ran into the problem, so I'll leave that blank and we'll pick up here. Okay, F7. Okay, got some problems. Linker errors this time. Undefined symbol, editor, OS, drag drop files. Oh, and that's because I need to export that symbol. I forgot to do that. Here. So this is now EP API extern, and that means that I need to include enterprise core shared library exports. All right, and on OS drag drop as well. This guy needs to be EP API, and we need to include enterprise core shared library exports. Okay, try that again. Okay, that compiled and linked. Looks like we're running. Let me do a quick drag drop test. Working good. All right, so all that to get all the stuff moved in so I can actually use this in IMGUI. So now that we are here, I can do include EP internal editor OS drag drop Win32.h. And if I go down to the WM drop files, I now can do the same code that I used for my actual thing. I can actually come down and copy all of this into here. Oops. Into here. And then I'll format it so it's a little bit more consistent with DRM GUI style. On OS drag drop is a editor thing, so we'll put editor namespace for that. And then the window handle is called something else in here. In fact, it actually might just be WHND. Do I use it in any of these others? WHND. I don't see it, but I know that it's used in this file somewhere. Let me. Here it is. Yeah, so it actually is a local variable in this case. Wait, what am I saying? This is the WinProc. It comes in as a parameter, right? So that's fine. Yeah, in my own code, I store a reference for the handle, or I store the handle for the window as a window handle in snake case. Snake case or no, camel case? Wait. I always get confused between Pascal case and camel case, and there's no reason I shouldn't have learned this already. Pascal case is lowercase first, right? I do it in Pascal case. All right, but yeah, that should be fine because this one does the drag finish in it. So good. And then the last thing is we need DRIM GUI to actually register for these events, which is done with this guy, drag accept files, and I'll need to find a spot in the create window call. Huh, you know what? I wonder if I should... This is the OpenGL context creation code for the IMGUI windows. And this is actually code that I put in because the IMGUI didn't support OpenGL plus Win32 directly. You had to... if you went to undock, it wouldn't actually render to the undocked windows. But I'm realizing right now that I did this before I changed over to using the ARB create context. Maybe I should change that. That's a back burner item though. For now, directly underneath where we create the window, I will do the registration. So we'll do drag accept files. We'll pass in VDHWind, which is where we're storing the window handle. And from then on, it should be accepting the drag drop. So let's try it out. Let's see if it works. I have a feeling that there might be some conflicts with coordinate spaces when we're undocked. All right, so we're undocked now. We'll go into the drop test folder. What am I doing here? We'll go ahead and delete those files, and we will try dragging and dropping. Okay, that worked. And then I try dragging and dropping outside. That didn't work. Cool. And if I tried dragging and dropping above, that didn't work. And if I tried dragging and dropping below, that didn't work. Cool. I think that's working. And it actually seems to be working pixel perfect. So I guess the code for getting the converting to screen space is working. Perfect. Sweet. And then that'll dock and do everything. So yeah, that was a whole stream spent just fixing problems with drag and drop. Yeah, nice to see the code works the first time. Yeah, it's the same code we spent 4 hours getting to work, and now it fully works. But yeah, so that's good enough for now. It's certainly good enough for a minimum viable product. So like when I go to ship version 0.0, I would totally be fine with this instead of having the nice to have GUI, responsive GUI, which we will absolutely do, but it'll be way down the road. Yeah, just being able to drag and drop files in. Oh, I already copied that one, and that one. Did I do this one? I didn't do that one. And then from here, we're just working on the other nice to haves, which are like, they're not really nice to haves. You need the ability to rename your files. So adding things like being able to double click on the file name to rename it, just clicking on it to clicking on the name to select the file. Because right now, if you click on the text, it doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of little things that we'll need to worry about. But, this is starting to look, like a pretty robust little system. We'll need to do things to like dragging and dropping files into folders and into the navigation panel and whatever. So yeah, there's still quite a lot to do in the content browser before we're ready to move on. One of the things we'll need to worry about is registering new icons and registering new previews. So that way, when I'm looking inside of the panel at, for example, a texture, if I'm looking at a PNG, I could see, for example, these should look like, Madeline, and it's pixel art, so it's really small. So viewed at 1,442%, you can actually see it's Madeline. But yeah, like being able to see what these are without having to open them in the editor or in an external program, that's the sort of thing that we'll need to worry about soon as well. Yeah, I don't know. But this is a good place to call it. I'll probably play around with this a little bit more tonight off stream, but I think I will be back on tomorrow instead of just doing every other day like I usually do. And then we'll pick up where we left off. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all the help. What's up? I'll catch you later.